What's up, dude? First person ever to read the instructions. Maybe the second, I don't know. Oh man, I haven't worked on this project in a really long time. I was playing Diablo recently. I got inspired, so I started making a loot table class. So there's 2 loot tables, and the loot tables have drop lists, some number of drop lists, which has like an item and min-max count for now. There might be like other things in here later. But for now, it's just coins. But the way I was handling the coins before was like, this was just a random number generator. It was just like random 1, 4, or whatever. So technically, if I'm gonna allow any item to drop, like the return value from loot table roll drops needs to be like something that's a list of different types of items and amounts or attributes. But for now, it just drops coins. So I just made like 2 versions of this, and I'm not using the second one right now. I'm just using this one. Returns an integer so that I can just add it. Because nothing actually drops on the ground currently. It just gets added directly to your coin count. Like there's sort of an inventory, but the inventory basically just has a coin slot and like a bunch of other unused slots. You can't see the coin slot, it's just this invisible thing. But I don't know, seemed like fun. Also, this guy has way too much health. Diablo is alright. It looks amazing, but it's so buggy. Like, frustratingly buggy. Just crashes all the time. It's getting, feel like it's getting better, like the servers are less terrible. It's weird, like your frame rate kind of seems tied to your ping, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but who knows? It's based on really old code, probably in a weird way. Look at all those amazing coins. Yeah, I don't know, it's cool. It's also like a new old game, right? It looks beautiful, but also it's the exact same game from 20 years ago. Not quite, because obviously there's a lot of patches to D2 in the expansion. But there's just some really dumb mechanics that were like dumb in 2005 and are just hideously stupid in 2021. One of them is like spawning declone, which I don't know if you ever played Diablo, but there's a mob they added That's essentially a duped item sink. So people are duping a bunch of rings called Stone of Jordan rings very frequently. So they made a thing where if you sell, and this is like a super rare ring to find, if you sell 120 of this ring to vendors, it spawns Diablo, this like special monster, on the whole server. So anyone who's playing on that server, who's in a game on that server, which I think there's 200 games per server, up to 200 games, has this monster spawn and can kill it and get like super rare loot. Of course, it's Diablo, so there's no personal loot, right? Like it just drops one item that the party of people has to share amongst themselves. Not really sure how you share one extremely valuable item, so that's part of the problem, is you sort of have to just do it yourself, or like agree ahead of time who's going to get the loot, because no one's going to bother doing it for random click chance. But yeah, in the old game, like bots would just sell this ring, and then he would spawn, and then he would just spawn randomly in games, and like you could try to follow him around. But in order to figure out if you're on the server where he's gonna spawn, you have to like open netstat and look at the last octet of your IP address of like your TCP connection to Diablo and figure out if you're on the right server, which is such a not user-friendly thing that makes no sense. But yeah, I don't know, it's just a really silly mechanic that should be changed to something else. Like, he should just spawn in your game, like the game where you sold the SOJs, as opposed to on the server IP address. But you know, still fun. Played it quite a lot. I'll probably play it some more. So I don't really know, this loot table thing is kind of irrelevant. I need to clean up the networking code, which is like in a total mess and using multiple libraries at the same time. And I don't exactly know what that looks like. And also I sort of added threading, and I ported a lot of C to C++, so now there's like half C code and half C++ code. Like here's a singleton class, maybe, I guess. Not actually sure how this works. Yeah, this is like a singleton. But then I just have this thing I made, which like went back to using global variables. I don't know why these are like this. Using C++ is kind of exhausting for a number of reasons. It does a couple of things better. It is nice to have destructors be called instead of having to say this nonsense. And I actually like references. I've gotten somewhat used to using references. So I did that in the loot table place. Like I get a reference to the thing, and then you can just use it with dot instead of arrow. So if you want to refactor it to be a pointer, you don't have to replace all the dots with arrows. But you can't reassign references, obviously, so you still need to use pointers sometimes. Like in this case, I'm allocating some stuff in a, I don't know, memory arena, I guess, is what this would essentially be. Allocate a thing and then like loop over the loot tables and just push this pointer and set the next drop list to the next place in the array. Doesn't really do any bounce checking or anything logical right now, it's just like hard coded to set all the loot tables to drop one thing, I guess. Which means I should probably check in here if it's 0, although it doesn't matter, because this, the only thing this does is looks if any of the things in the drop list are of type currency, and if so, generate a random number and return that. This one would do the thing where like it, I don't know, drops items on the ground or whatever, theoretically. But yeah, I want to clean up networking and be using like one library instead of two. I'm also using multiple things for UI. I don't even remember how this Boolean thing turns on. Let's see. Demo. Is there a demo in here? Show demo. Is there a button for this? I don't remember what it is. Show demo. Demo. No? Oh, it's debug I am GUI, so it's the backtick character. So I have this thing. It's just like the I am GUI demo window. Then I also have like this sort of Raylib text box thing I made using STB text edit, which could possibly be enough. And I don't remember how this area thing works either. Generate lobby. World equals lobby. Do I have another tile map generate somewhere? Lobby. Worlds. Yeah, I don't know what this was before. Tile map generate, was it EX? Map RNG. What is EX? Width, height, tilelet, tile height, energy. What does this pass for these things? Oh, it just asserts that they're equal to something. But lobby doesn't, apparently. No, it just sets it to stuff. Tile map generate. Oh, this does it? Oh, right, yeah, okay. So I moved the world generation to the server, but and you can kind of connect to the server, but there's no way for the server to send you the world information. So somehow the plan a long time ago was to have the server generate the world and then send you the seed, and then you could generate the world yourself, although I don't know if it really makes sense to send the client the seed, because if they have the seed, then they can cheat, right? Like, you know, depending on what it's used for. But in the case of Minecraft, like generally you don't want the clients to know the seed, because then they can just put the seed in some diamond calculator and figure out where all the diamonds spawned or where all the dungeons spawned, because it's deterministic based on the seed. So you kind of instead want to send them like the tiles that are near them somehow, or like some kind of partial seed that lets them just generate the area near them, which I don't know if that's possible. That'd be an interesting idea, like have a truncated version of the seed where you only send them the lower bits. I don't know. Yeah, probably you just send tile data, like all the nearby tiles. And then once they know, like once you've sent them the tiles once, they can just cache it on their side. It's not really a secret if it's been sent once, because obviously they could intercept that and store it manually. So it's like fog of war, kind of. So let's generate lobby. Where is And this is client. Does this have a network? Yeah, so this has a net client. Are we using this for anything? String copy, clients. So we're just saying our username is client. It would be nice to be able to set the username. I think there was a way to do that originally. Maybe I commented it out. Yeah, please enter your username. Because I didn't want to use this crazy login box thing. Which was using Raylib GUI, Ray GUI, whatever it's called. Which I think I also commented out at the moment. Oh, and then there's archery stuff that I was testing a long time ago. That I think works, maybe. You can add things to the archery and you can query the archery, but you can't remove things from the archery, I think is the status of that. I don't know what this is. Just draws a circle, I guess, like the range of slimes. Player get bottom center not found. Uh-oh. What did that get renamed to? Is it sprite? World center? Charlie sprite? Maybe. What does this take? It takes a reference to a sprite. And what? Why does it take a position and a scale? What? Not really sure. Well, that's not useful. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't know why I deleted this. Also, why is one a class and one not? Oh man. What's worse than using C? And using C++? Or using C++? Using both at the same time. This doesn't have a position, right? I think it's Charlie. Position, body, position. What's the difference between position and ground position? Ground position is a vector 2. Position is a vector 3. And we want a vector 3. And scale is body scale, sprite scale. Does this work? It's probably returning the wrong thing now. World center. This maybe. Oh yeah, look at that. So technically, if I can entice the slime to come down here, maybe, and then run over here really fast. If he's outside of the circle, he doesn't track me. So I guess kind of it would be better to put this, or like draw the circle around the slime, but I don't know. This is like the range of AI updating. Like if I intersect this dude, whatever his base position is, he'll start hopping toward me. Yeah, so I don't know. That's what that was for. At least now it works again. Could be useful one day. Not really useful at the moment. It's cool that Raylib lets you draw circles without having to calculate them yourself. It's a nice helper function. Wherever that went. This thing, like, draw a circle. Net client. Then I did this weird C style error handling macro in C++, which is also a bit weird. Like check the error codes of network stuff. Receive. The user pressed the C key. What's this? Login. What? If login text box length. Oh, it's like a fake login. Okay, cool. How useful. And then render the chat history and send a chat message. So there's no auth. If we hit C, you can't press, oh yeah, you can if you just do this, right? Oh, it's paused, so it's not processing input. But if I press C like right now, bit strange, admittedly. What is... Whoops. I feel like Sam should be bigger, right? Whoa, buddy, where are you going? Chill, homie. I'm not taking damage because I made myself invincible because I was sick of dying. Which is really funny because when you die, nothing happens. Like, you don't even, you know, like, it's just your health is 0. I feel like 3 is a bit much as well. What if you do 1.5? That made him bigger, right? I'm not actually sure. Oh yeah. high. That's too small. Also, I'm curious. Like, what happens? There's just trees. Also, I don't know why this fence goes over here. It's a bit strange. I just couldn't remember what happens if you go to the edge of the screen in Diablo. I think they actually extended the map beyond the edge. Yeah, so you do see something. You just see some trees or whatever. These are like really nice looking trees. These mushrooms. Yeah, I think in dungeons it's just black. The edges are just black. But in the outdoors, there's something there. Let's see. Where's the dungeon? Is it up here? No? Oh, here it is. Yeah, see, it's just black. You have a light radius. Probably I have this guy's kind of a high level. He probably has a bunch of gear that gives him light radius. But the edges of the screen are just black. But it looks less weird because of the light radius. Also, I never noticed there's kind of a shadow thing going on in the wall. It's like doing ray casting almost. Or like fake ray casting, you know? That's interesting. I did notice that in the new game, but yeah, I never noticed the old game had like a visibility thing. It's kind of weird looking, but see this like black line right here? Interesting. So what am I drawing? I'm just drawing a checkerboard as a background. So I could just generate more water, right? Like width, height, 32, 32. We could say 64, 64. And border width equals 16, 32, 18, 17, or 18. I think it'll be 18, right? Yeah. Oh, no, that's not quite enough. Is there a zoom? Also, I don't know how to reattach the camera once I detach it. If we go up here, one, two, three, four. I guess I don't really care about there being extra, we just need more on the sides. So like, if we just say 64, 80. I spelled 80 wrong. And then we say 64, 80, 16, 8, 26. Does this work? It's like tons of extra water on the top, but it's kind of fine. Also, this island being a square is really boring. What's a cheap way to generate a circle without using sine and cosine? Is that even possible? You can have a lookup table, obviously. How do I generate an integer circle? Border width is 26. So what is 26, 52, 80? Minus 52. 28. So I could just say if what would it be? Like the expensive thing. I guess it's not cosine, right? It'd be like square root. Oh yeah, so I could just say length squared, right? If y times y plus x times x plus y times y is greater than 32 times 32, then water. Oh, almost. I need to offset it from the center. So x x minus plus, I don't know which it would be, math width divided by 2, cy equals y plus map height divided by 2. Let's try this. If that doesn't work, I'll do subtraction. That didn't work. Does this work? Yeah, look at that. We made a perfect circle. This doesn't work anymore though, because now it's like too far away, right? So we actually want the radius to be 32. I wanted the diameter to be 32, so this should be 16. Like half the size. This one little thing here. What about the top? The top, because Y is smaller. So can we say height equals like less? That still works. So width needs one more. We could just say 15 maybe. Let's see. Still has this annoying little notch here. I don't like this little notch. Visual Studio, please show me my cursor. I need to type. Border width. So we actually don't need border width in this case. Wait, was this enough? I forgot. No, it's not enough. I need one more. Let's say 82. What about this? 50. Definitely not enough. Oh my god, dude, let me type, please. Killing me. Okay, this has to be 60, essentially. Oh wait, now it's rounded down so I can see the thing on the right. Dang it. To make our Mr. Slime friends actually spawn on the island somewhere instead of wherever in the world he is. Oh wait, now the bottom's... Dang it. Dang it! Also, what is this cast complaining about? Oh, hello, sir. How are you? What's the cast complaining about? Size into int. Where? This thing? Complaining about this thing? I mean, the map width is never going to be like more than 32,000. Come on, let's be honest. Okay. Still seeing the stupid rounding error with the tiles where like the background shows through. Come here, buddy. Why are you swimming out in the ocean? I feel like I should put him in the middle, maybe? Wait, where do I spawn? Do I spawn in the middle? I spawn in the middle. I should put him above the middle somewhere. Player. World spawn. Sam. Where's our friend Sam? Sam position. I want to say Sam body position equals world spawn. Just make this add world spawn 0 -5 0. How about that? Okay, it needs, this must be pixels. 128. How about that? That works. Let's make it a bit more though. What's up, Mr. Sam? We should make a flag that makes slimes not track you. Like, just stand still. So we could have NPC slimes. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? How's my microphone still picking up the music when it's at like 0.0001% volume? Test. Need like a noise gate or something. Or something. Hopefully it's not too echoey for everyone. Where's the network thing? Net client, it's called net client. Where's net client? Spell it right, net client receive. What's the thing called? Enet. Like, do we have that in scope somewhere? Game server. Z. There's no Z in here. We're just doing open socket. And I guess open socket listens somehow. Where do we actually call listen? Oh, here we go. It's this thing. This weird C++ stuff. Listen up. Let me tell you a story. Yeah, can we enet in here? We can enet in here. Too bad I don't know how to use enet. Host connect. Host check events. Host get packets sent. Send raw. Address data length raw ex. Address data skip bytes to send. Why skip bytes? That's kind of a weird one. Allows send only part of the data. Handy for other programming languages. Huh. That's interesting. What is this? Lists, enet lists. Peer reset. So I kind of want to replace all of this stuff. All of this stuff. Let's see, did that do anything? It must be included somewhere else. Znet.h, what was it called? Stupid Windows stuff. Znet.h. Yeah, let's comment all of this. How does that work? Do I have an enet implementation, or is it just in here somewhere? Enet. Oh yeah, right here. Enet ZPL. That's interesting. Can I not do that? Is that why I have to put all this garbage in the way? Or I think it's because this includes Windows H in the header, doesn't it? Yeah. I think so. How unfortunate. Enet initialize log fatal. Should I just delete this? Probably. It's kind of sad to see it go. Decision point. Do we delete it or don't we delete it? I think we should probably delete it. I could comment it out, but I think we should probably just delete it. Yeah. Yep. Just delete it from here. Also, why don't we just delete the file from here? Also, I'm not using STS either. Include. Yeah, let's just get rid of these things and put them somewhere else, like in here. Because I did make some changes to this, so I don't want to delete the file necessarily, but I don't want it in my include directory. What is this? That's bizarre. Okay, let's delete this. And here. And here. And we can delete this whole file. Delete the file. Initialized. That's not useful. Ah, come on. Why is this stupid stuff everywhere? Also, why does it think this is still a thing? I deleted this file, no? What? It's deleted. Why do you think it's still there? Okay, I'm just gonna reopen this. I don't know why that's there. Wait, what do you mean it can't be found? What are you talking about? Why did this rearrange all my projects into a weird order? Yes, I don't want this anymore. The most recent one's supposed to be at the top, but it's not. It's randomly in the list. Okay, now everything's broken. Great. It's kind of what we wanted. Now we got to fix it somehow by doing this. Include enet ZPL, which can go somewhere. I don't know where. I guess at the bottom. Right? Sure. But then what is this stuff? Enet. Address get host. What does this take? Host and peer. I don't remember what. So I think both of these are going to be a host, right? Where does this appear? Packets. Source address. What does the address look like? Enet address. I don't know if I actually need this packet thing anymore. I don't think I need this packet thing anymore. Right? Because I have enet packet, which probably already has an address of where it came from, right? Hopefully. Maybe? No? Internal use only, bitwise, allocated data, length of data. Maybe it doesn't. The data contains allocated data for the packet. How do you know where something came from? Enet peer, enet address, enet host address, received address. What's that? I don't know what received address is. How can you have received address on one host? Enet buffer. Send. Enet socket, enet buffer. I don't know if I actually use packet anywhere. Like data length, receive, address buffer. So maybe I should have an address and a buffer. What is a buffer? This is just data length and data, right? So like in here, raw bytes is probably just. I don't think you use this anywhere. Not sure. Packet create, packet copy. Net message. I think this is just going to be this. Auto format, stop trolling me, please. But then how do we get the timestamp? Yeah, I feel like this whole thing's probably gonna change. Enet address. Enet address. Whoops. These are just stored as is. there like a address something, address accept, address set hosts, get host IP old. Get IP host. Get host IP new. Address host name. Get host new. Get host IP new. Yeah, I'm not really sure what this does. I also don't know why there's like new ones and old ones. Map 64 IN2P. INET N2P. Buff. Get host IP, set host IP. What does this do? Converts a network structure source family into a character string. Okay, I think that is what we want, right? And what's the difference between new and get host new? Get host IP new. Oh, so this is like trying to get a domain name or something, I guess. I don't know. Probably just use this. In whatever this is doing. Yeah, I think this is just gonna be like enet address, address. Also, we could just copy this. We don't need to reference it. Address, like this. Name length. What? Name length. So return 0. What is this doing? I do not understand what this is doing. Does it put it in the enet address? Like, does enet address already have? It doesn't have a name, right? It has a host and a port. Does host have something? You byte word, like that's, I don't know. I don't think this does anything useful. INET to P. P address, string buff, string size. Oh, it is putting it, I think it's writing it to this buffer, and you just say the maximum length that it can be. Okay, sure. We could also just do the bytes thing ourselves. Maybe this is better somehow. Jar as string. I don't know how long this needs to be. How long is the IPv6 address? Longest IPv6 address, 39 characters. $45 characters. Can also include an ending followed by scope or zone, which has no fixed length, but is generally small positive integer, so it can really be bigger. Okay, I'm just gonna say 64 and hope for the best. We're gonna say as string, size of as string, -1, which I don't actually know if you're supposed to say -1 or not because this isn't documented. inet n to p. inet n to p. Is the length with or without the null character? Good question. Returns a non-null pointer to destination. Wait, returns? Yeah, but like, what do you pass to it? What is it saying? This does not look like the same. AF inet buff name length source buff name length source. Resulting string is copied to the buffer pointed by destination, which must be a non-null pointer. The call specifies the number of bytes available in this buffer and the argument size. But does it write the last byte or not? Third parameter should be a char array pointer to the first element. The fourth parameter should be the size of the destination buffer address pass until the function ifn address +1 plus sums up to 15 characters. 16 size of destination. It does not necessarily zero terminate the result. Okay, so you should like leave a 0 if you want a 0, which I don't actually know if we need a 0 or not. Do we? I think we do, because I think this thing needs a 0. Wait, why is my undo buffer gone? That's not cool. Come on, man. I guess I should put the port maybe. Text format, this colon HU as string address port. Okay, that is an N16. I don't know. We could probably just do the same thing for host as we did for the other one. Like in here, we can just get whatever. Oh, this is IPv6 though. Oi. Let's see. Okay, sure. Let's just do this. Okay, what's the dealio? What else is broke? Lots of stuff. Net client, what is this? Server socket. I feel like peer implicitly has a socket. I'm not actually sure though. Enet peer. So actually net client should be enet host, right? And enet host should have an enet peer. I don't know how that works. Enet host server. Client server, sure. Whoops. Enet socket. So enet socket is a thing. I don't know if we actually want to use this though. Oh no, that's just yeah, I don't think we want to use a socket here anymore. Also, we should do the thing like enet buffer did and stop putting this sort of thing everywhere. Although I guess it's a bit different because it says max length instead of being a pointer, so it's fixed width. But you know, server host name. Also, I don't know that this is really necessary. It's probably stored in here, right? Maybe. I don't actually know. Maybe, maybe not. Enet host, enet list node, address. Maybe it's in the address, or you can get it from the address. Sure. We're just gonna assume that this is like valid and cool and great. What is this thing? We still have packet, right? We kept packet. What is this? Okay. I don't remember this at all. But okay. I guess that's fine. So this is gonna be enet address instead. I guess it could just be this also for reasons and stuff. And this is gonna be host. Is host a thing? I guess it is. Do we just hash whatever this whole structure is? It's a union, so I guess we can. I don't know what size of it is. These should be equivalent. I don't know if it's safe to just say size of union and access all the bytes. But we're just gonna assume that's valid for now. So these are gonna be enet address. They don't need to be this either. Yeah, I don't think so. Just be this. I don't know. What is this? 20 bytes. Maybe these should be like const reference still. I don't know if we really want to copy 20 bytes. Not sure if it matters. Not sure if it matters. What's the dealio here? There's no operands to check if host equals host. Okay. Why was that not broken when this was the case? Or was it? Bytes, word. What is this? 8, so I don't know. I can just do this the dumb way for now. Whoops. Sure, if all the bytes match. I don't know why enet address doesn't just have like a big, I guess because it's too long, right? Like it's 64. Wouldn't this just be 64-bit integer? It could store it in that if it wanted to, right? I don't know. Net server clients. Net server client. What is net server clients? So it's just a peer. I think it's just a peer. Net server client address. This actually, should this actually be an enet peer? I don't know. Good question. Socket. What is this? Port socket. Net server. Net clients. Enet host clients server. Yeah. So isn't this just going to be address socket? We replaced that with server. With peer server. Isn't this just going to be enet host server and then enet peer client, which we probably don't need a map for, but I guess we can make one, which is net server clients. Yeah, from address to client. And the client is going to be enet peer. Does a peer have an address? I think it does, right? Maybe? No? Yeah, address. Internet address of the peer. Okay, so we don't need address here, right? We can just say clients. I guess this is the client and this is the peer, and then this is the client and this is the server, which we could wrap, which maybe we want to wrap, but right now we won't wrap. And then whatever this nonsense is, I don't know why these are indented all crazy like. I guess because of this thing is why I did that. Packet history, chat history. I don't know, man. What's this complaining about? Function definition for process message not found. What? I don't know what that means. We'll get there. What is this complaining about? Socket doesn't exist. I mean, that is true. Enet host server. Port socket. This has a port, right? I think. Socket. Does this have a port? Oh, no, address has a port, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Just comment these, I guess, for now. We're just going to say there's a host server, and then there's enet address and net server client. Client has a peer for each thing. Also, why is this called znet address? This should just be called like net address hash. And net address equal. Packet history. Again, it thinks this is an error. That's weird. Visual Studio is very confused. It thinks my comment is an error. Function process message not found. That's because this is not, it doesn't say process message. A for effort. Local variables not initialized. Oh no. What are you even talking about? I don't care at all, even slightly, about any of this stuff. How do I turn this off? How do I turn off uninitialized variable warnings in third-party code? Because, yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't care. It's in my include path. Why does it not know? It's not my code. Because I'm just going to turn off info for now. Till we figure that out. Because I have no idea. Raw bytes differs in levels from enet buffer. What are you talking about? Why? I guess that's true. I don't know what, why. Yeah, timestamp, no idea. No idea what's going on there. There's too many spaces here. Net message, that still needs to be there. Znet OpenSocket localhost. Oh boy. Now we have to update all our error handling. That's unfortunate. Znet UDP socket open localhost. What in the world is that? Is that a helper thing I made? I think it is. So enets host something. Enet listen. Enet peer. No, it's gotta be like host something, right? Enet host something. Enet host create. It's probably this, right? The address at which other peers may connect to this host. If null, then no peers may connect to the host. Why is this a pointer? Why does this take a pointer? If null, then no peers may connect. I don't know why this takes a pointer. Is it gonna read from this or write to this? If it equals null, pocket, socket bind. Oh, and then it just sets the address to the address. Okay, do I have to like create an address? Like enet address, is there create or get or set or something? I guess I call one of these, right? Get host IP new, get host new, set host new. Is it this? Also, why are there new and old ones? Enet address name. Oh my god, dude, what does this mean? Const char name, look up host name. Look up host name. Get adder info. If result list not equal null, result lists. Result equals result list. If something family, blah blah blah. Look up host, set host new. And look up host. They both call the same thing. Oh, true. What is this thing? No DNS. If no DNS, numeric host. Prevent DNS lookups. I see. Okay. I don't think we want an IP. I think we just want this. Set host new. So we need an enet address. Enet address, which maybe we already have actually. Is there like a this address? What is this? This is a client. Does this have an address? Net client open sockets. Net client connect. enet peer connect. There's a disconnect. Where's the connect? Also, why do you even need connect? Maybe there isn't a connect. I don't know. We need an example. Creating an enet server. Enet host create. Creating enet client. Enet host create null. Allow only one outgoing connection. Allow up to 2 channels to be used. Assume any amount of incoming, any amount of outgoing. Should we just pass enet host create null? I guess we just pass null for the address. If null, then no peers may connect to the host. That's true, right? We don't want any peers to connect to the host. Maximum number of peers that should be allowed for the host. Only allow 1 outgoing connection. 1. Maximum number of channels allowed. If 0, this is equivalent to enet particle maximum channel count. I guess we'll say 1 or something. I don't know. Unlimited bandwidth. Enet host. This server. Is this an enet host? This client equals enet host. Okay, this needs to be a pointer, I guess. Maybe this is also a pointer. What does it return if there's an error? Returns the host on success and null on failure. So if not client enet get error, enet error. Enet, no, go to here, please. What does this return if there's an error? Return null, return null. Peer count, enet socket type datagram, return null. Does it not set any error codes? How am I supposed to know why it failed? That's not cool. There's like literally no hints about why it failed. Maybe it's like inside of here. Return socket. Socket set option. Result equals socket error. Result equals return socket error -1. This returns an error code and nobody actually checks the error code, so that seems bad. This code is not amazing as I thought it might be. Like all of these are setting stuff and not checking the return value. Result equals socket error. What is that? -1. Socket error, return -1. Else 0. Set socket option. It like deletes the error information, right? Like we're putting in a result and then we're saying if it's socket error, return -1, else return 0. We're ignoring other errors. What is the point of that? Okay, we're just gonna hope it doesn't return null, because that seems like the only option at the moment. If it does return null, then we don't know why. Something broke. Error equals unknown. Also, all these Z things should probably say something else, but guess we can do that now. Enet. Net. Replace. So if not client, we failed. We don't know why, because DNet's stupid and doesn't return an error code, which is super not cool. Is that true for actual enet? If client equals null, an error occurred. Yeah, but what error? Like, you could at least say the port's already in use or something. Maybe you can query the WinSock error. I don't remember what ZNet get error does. We should look at what ZNet does, right? If we go to here, development, third party, ZNet. What does ZNet return if ZNet localhost, what was it called? Yeah, what does this return if there's an error? ZNet socket open. Yeah, see, this actually checks like if the socket returns empty, failed to create socket. If bind fails, return failed to bind socket. Like, this has actual error information, so why doesn't enet have any error information? First time chat. Morning from the Philippines. What's up, protopoly.com? How are you? That's interesting. I've never seen the first time chat thing. Does that show up on Twitch as well? I think I closed the Twitch tab, so I don't know. Or is that a Streamlabs feature? See this? It says like first time chat. Hot, LOL. Is it hot in the Philippines? Probably. I wouldn't know. Is the Philippines below the equator? Ignorant questions that Americans ask. Is the Philippines below the equator? It's like on the equator, right? Slightly above. I don't know why the equator doesn't render in Google. When you zoom in, it's kind of weird. Okay, so it's probably always hot there, right? Let's see, where is this relative to me? Oh yeah, it's like super hot, right? That's like Central America hot. See, I live like way up here in the northern United States, which is like this far away, and the Philippines is this far away. (107F). Oh my god. That is ridiculous. I just turned my heat on yesterday for the first time because it's starting to get cool here. It was actually nice today. It was cool last few days. I guess I'm not going to look up. I was going to look up the weather, but I don't want to type in where I live. It's not really a secret, but you know, it's probably best not to. It was also probably obvious from looking at Google Maps and all the pins. I lived in Northwest Territories, Canada for 40 years. Ooh, that's cold. 40 years, that's a long time to live in a cold place. What is the point of this socket handle? Like, what are we trying to assert here? Like, what can we assert on the eNet client? Is this a pointer or what? What's the deal here? Address? What were we asserting before? Handle. Yeah, what thing can we assert to make sure this is valid? Socket? Does this have a handle? Or socket is just a opaque thing? What is socket? I don't know, I guess we could try to assert socket. I don't know if that's useful. Any additional value on top of if client check. Whoops, I hit caps lock. Check. So I know what cold is, but I am an ex-AAA game dev and retired, settled down into the Philippines, got married, had a child, and now I'm going indie game dev. That's pretty cool. Did you meet a beautiful Filipino woman? How does one meet a beautiful Filipino woman? Like online, I guess, or potentially in Canada. Is Portapoli the name of your game? That's a good question. I guess I could check that off stream in case it's something inappropriate, but it's probably a cool website. Here you go, portapoli.com. They have a Discord server, Twitch stream, and a Twitter thing. And I will check this off stream to make sure it's appropriate for the stream so I don't get banned. Independent game developer. It looks like their Twitch got banned, or they renamed it and haven't updated their website. Maybe they just renamed it to like Portapoli or something. Yeah, they probably renamed it. Independent drone developer that is developing autonomous high-speed acrobatic racing drones. I think that's probably not the same Portapoli as you, is it? What's your new Twitch thing? You should update your website to point to your latest Twitch. Portapoli.com. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it's probably this one, right? Independent game developer. There we go. I will follow you. I like this. It's very simple. The only thing that's wrong is this needs to be removed. It's very 1994. It's so funny. This website's under construction. Wait, what is the... There's like an old internet thing. I forgot what it's called. Like, search engine old websites. Find old web pages. There's a website that lets you like there's a search engine that lets you only search websites that like have that old style format, like simple text and not a lot of JavaScript or CSS. I forgot what the search engine is called. It's really entertaining though. It's like Tumblr or Stumbler or whatever that's called. You know that website from a long time ago? Is it Tumblr? I don't know. It like bring you to random websites, but it only brings you to random websites that have like really old UIs. They're always just like university stuff or whatever, companies from a long time ago. kind of entertaining. I locked out my account on a regional thing, thus the .com. I have nbot. Oh, I have not even opened my HTML since like 2016. Yeah, my website is like equivalently simple. Just like one link with a random screenshot, the links to GitHub, and a nonsense about page, and some links to random nonsense also, and a website I made for a friend a very long time ago. And what is HTML? Maybe it's like old case stuff. Also, a different website I made for a friend a long time ago, and his website has died, so this just doesn't go anywhere anymore. The only part of this website that looks kind of good is the blog portion of the website. Still not fantastic, but, and there's like 3 posts. But you know, this thing is kind of cool. Has fancy code blocks that actually work. I didn't really make this. It's a, I forgot what it's called. Hugo? It's made with Hugo. It's like static website generator in Golang. You just give it markdown files and it generates static HTML. Then you serve it from Cloudflare or whatever. Very simple. Can you recommend any free web hosting for my own site, or do you pay for your web hosting? I do pay for my web hosting, but it's very cheap. It's like $3 a month. It's literally like significant. It's like cheaper than Netflix. What's it called? There's Deep Ocean, I think, or Digital Ocean, right? That's what it's called. Deep Ocean is the the group about with the documentary. Digital Ocean. This thing. What's it? Has stuff like Droplet. I don't know. What's the simplest way to make a website here? Droplet? I'm not really sure what it's called. Basic? I don't know. You could probably set up a thing on Heroku. I wonder if Heroku has a free and hobby, non-commercial apps. Oh, I think this shuts down though. Like if you don't visit it, or if you like don't have the console open for more than 30 minutes, it like shuts down your server or some weird thing. I don't know exactly how that works. 50 dyno hours per month, deploy Git and Docker, hobby, $7 per dyno. Never sleeps. So small side projects and hobbies, $7 per dyno per month. Okay, so this one's $7. But yeah, I don't know. DigitalOcean probably has a cheap thing, but I use Vulture, which is like a competitor to DigitalOcean. That's maybe not as good, but was very cheap. I don't know if it's still very cheap. Yeah, see, $2.50 a month. You can get a cloud compute instance, and you can install Windows or Linux on this, and then host a web server on the cloud compute thing. So you get, I think I have a bit more stats than this, but if you have a simple website like static pages, 10 gigs of space, 1 CPU, 500 megabytes of memory, and half terabyte, whatever, 5 gigs of bandwidth for $2.50 a month. So this is what I'm using right now. Like everything on my website is hosted and stored on here. I think I have a bit more like stats or whatever. I need to figure out what my code is. Let's see. What is it? $512 megabyte cloud compute. Also, you know, so it's charged me $1.80 so far this month, and it's October 20th. It's like based on how much resources you use, I think. But yeah, what is this? 512 megabytes. See, I have 20 gig SSD, so I think they reduced it a bit. When I signed up for it, I got a 20 gig SSD instead of 10 gigs. yeah, I've used 0.7 gigabytes of my 500 gigabyte bandwidth because, like, you know, no one really goes to my website, so this is way more limit than you need per month. And I installed CentOS on there, so I can, like, you know, open whatever Putty or however this might be a web thing. I don't know what's it called. This thing. Figure out my code for this thing, which is whatever. Wait, where is it? I have like two-factor installed on here as well. Yeah, it's like HTML. Right, so here's my, actually, where's blog? HTML blog. And yeah, I don't know, like Rico. Oh, this is the old one. This isn't L on interest, FFO. Wait, does that even work? Do I have FFO on here? Oh yeah, that's amazing. This is a website I made as a project in college with my friend KP. I forgot I hosted this on here. It was like a Facebook ripoff. There's a lot of things that are currently broken. I think the database is empty or whatever, but these are just like pictures of our friends or that we found on Google. I couldn't remember what my password is to log in. Blast from the past. Does search work? Ski? Oh yeah. It's pretty great. I don't think there's any pictures of me on here. Also, for some reason, clicking on stuff doesn't work. So that's kind of amusing. This is some random WordPress site I kind of set up as a joke for one of my friends. So they just spent like 10 minutes installing WordPress and clicking the default, some default template. But if you want a decent looking website quickly, WordPress is always a, you know, one way to go. Yeah, there's just like, there's this random stuff, all kinds of random stuff on here. Some games, like this game that I'm working on right here. There's some like old builds of that. Some other games other people made from a long time ago. I don't know what is in Minecraft. Oh, I made a resource pack for Minecraft. So I host that on here. Some more random files, some research papers about 3D graphics, my vimrc file, tons of other random stuff I wrote a long time ago, Finite photo, snake game. I don't know what this, oh, I know what this is. That's not really useful to anyone else. Let's see if the snake game still runs. I have no idea when this is from. The file timestamps might say when it's from. Let's see. Whoops, this one. 2007? 2009? I guess 2009. So I was a senior in high school when I wrote this. It works. August 4th, 2009. It's kind of slow. It's not very interesting. This is like one of the, I don't know, some SDL app I wrote. I think I wrote this when I was in Florida. I was visiting my mom and I didn't have my own computer. And I was bored, so I just programmed a snake game. It should get faster once you eat a few of these things. They're supposed to be apples in the real game, but it's getting a little bit faster. Also, my friend KP that I made that website with in college, he made a snake game as part of a project in college, but he made it go like 7,000 miles per hour. So you just have to like mash keys really quickly. Also, I can't remember. I think if you're going left and you hit the right arrow key, you immediately lose. Like, it lets you basically turn directly into yourself, which is kind of funny. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's really speeding up. The suspense is killing me. Oh boy. See, this is Quantum, the thing I was telling you about input handling yesterday. This is a game where that kind of matters, because if I mash the keys quickly in order and like don't quite pick up the previous one before I hit the next one, probably you'd want to like handle mouse down and make sure the snake still turns. Otherwise people crash into the wall and get angry that you didn't handle their key press. Which I don't think I'm actually doing, because if I hit like down right really quickly, sometimes it works, but like left doesn't work. Like up left works, but if I hit down left, it doesn't turn left. So apparently down has precedence over left, which is very annoying. It should not be that way. And apparently up has precedence over right, because I just hit up right really quickly and it didn't turn right. So you can tell if you're playing a game and they handle input incorrectly, like they use a switch statement or they use if else, it's pretty obvious and not a very fun experience. We got this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. We lost. I used a bad method because it feels terrible. It's probably in main CPP. Let's see. What is this garbage? Why is this? Oh, I have new lines on. View, show symbol, don't show new lines. Do I handle this in a loop? If yeah, this is kind of bad. So we do SDL pull event, right? And then we check if the event type is key down. And if it is, we handle the key that it is and do the correct thing. If it's escape, we quit. And if you click the X of the window, we quit. Do you see the bug in this code? Like why it feels absolutely terrible? My hosting is like $9 a month. Let's see, let me read some chat I missed. Can you recommend any free web hosting on my site? Discord invite link still works. I was a game dev for Origin Systems, then EA, and then Jagex, but I left Jagex in 2013. Was a dev on RuneScape Classic. That's interesting. Weird, I'll take a look though. Thanks. My domain name and hosting is bundled on Namecheap. Yeah, I use Namecheap for my domain name and like DNS stuff. Well, I don't use it for hosting. Because Vultr is just dirt cheap and a really cool service. They make it really easy to spin up new servers and destroy them for cheap. My hosting is like $9 a month, but unmetered, and my site includes SSL. My streamers came together. I think I have SSL set up for this, right? Yeah, I have a certificate. It's a oh, it's Cloudflare because it's indirect, but yeah, I think I have a Let's Encrypt certificate as well on this. I have it set up through Cloudflare, so I'm actually, the reason my bandwidth is so low is because when people access my website, they're actually just pulling from the Cloudflare cache, which is free. So basically it costs you zero bandwidth because they just hosted a copy of your entire website, and like people who request it get it from Cloudflare instead of your web server. So that's a cool thing. Set that up if you're bored. Also, I'm gonna log out of this. Close this. Yeah, the problem with this code looks exactly like what the SDL2 thing is having me do. The problem with this code is it's not in a loop, right? It's in this loop, it's in the outer loop, but this is the main game loop, right? This is like while quit equals false. This is everything inside of this while loop is one frame, right? And then I also have SDL delay 20. That's a very bizarre and crappy way to do to handle your frame rate. Definitely don't do this. But the reason this is terrible is because the pull event should be in a loop. You should handle all the events, or at least you should handle as many events as you can. It might be that there's so many events that you don't want to freeze the rest of the game, So maybe you like do it on its own thread or something if you want to be super fancy, or you like limit it to 20 events per frame. But you definitely don't want to say just handle one event each frame, which is what this is doing, right? It's saying if there's an event, handle the event. But then it doesn't call pull event again. So what you should do is you should say while pull event, right? And then handle all of the events. And then your input would be a lot better. Although this is still using a switch case, switch case statement. So like the last event that it sees is the direction you're going to go, which is probably what you want. Because it is on key down. But yeah, this is definitely kind of bad. Player got food. I don't know. It's kind of OOP code, right? It's in C++. So I'm saying player dot got food. Yeah, it's fine. It works. It's fairly simple. Also, there's logging, lots of logging. I love writing logs. It's my favorite thing to do in programming, is to write logs for literally everything. I'm not actually sure if I wrote these logs. I feel like STL wrote these logs. I have no idea. Maybe I wrote these logs. But yeah, pretty straightforward. Game work log. Apparently I spent 4 hours on this game. I don't know if I actually updated this, but it's probably true. I didn't write the date. I was streaming and then it was offline says my Windows all screwed up from the crash. After looking at what I've been working on, I see the while loops now. Yeah, I'm sure the tutorial does while loops. I don't know why I didn't do while loops. Again, for such a simple game, it's not the end of the world, but it does. I can feel it when I'm playing the game and I hit the keys. Like, they don't respond the way that a nice, like a well-programmed game would respond. You can clearly tell it was written by someone who was not an expert, to put it nicely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this thing. Oh, I'm doing weird stuff here because I was trying to do networking. Like, you probably don't want to copy. You don't want to copy what I'm doing in this code base for input handling. Yeah, this is very odd. Very odd. What is it called? It's called player controller. Is it controller? Yeah, controller CPP. So the input handling for this game, I have a controller state object that has all of the like types of events you can handle instead of specific keys. So like walk north, walk east, move the camera north, rotate the camera clockwise, run, attack, select an inventory slot, take a screenshot, and then a bunch of debug stuff, right? Like toggle vsync or whatever. So I just put a bunch of booleans in a giant state struct, and then this thing queries the controller, which in this case is the keyboard and mouse, and then there's some other flags for I am GUI, which don't worry about that, but if we need to process the keyboard, we just check if keys are pressed and we put them in those state variables. If we need to process mouse in free cam mode, so there, again, it's kind of a giant state machine, right? Because like if free camera is enabled, then we handle the input for free camera mode, which lets you move the camera around. And in otherwise normal gameplay, we handle all these sorts of events, right? So like ASDW handles north and east. I'm also saying like walk north is key down W and not is key down S, which is kind of the thing I was saying. This is like a shorthand way without velocities to do what I was saying, where if you hold W and S, right, which if you look at your keyboard are like up and down, north and south at the same time, you don't walk anywhere. So the way I implemented it in this code is I say if you're pressing up and not pressing down, then walk north. And then if you're pressing down and not pressing up, then walk south. If you're pressing both, then both of these will be false and your character won't move anywhere. And like if you're pressing shift, then you're running, because obviously you can like walk west and run at the same time, right? So that's why these are independent. They're not in a switch statement or in like if else statement. Like you can run and walk west at the same time. But I don't want you to walk north and south at the same time. So that's, like I said, that's why there's an additional not here to make sure you're not already walking south. You could also you know, this is like semantically saying not walk south. The problem is you can't do that because walk south gets set after north, right? There's kind of an order dependency. So I just, for consistency, used not key down in this case. And then I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. Some of these might be mutually exclusive, right? Like if you press 3 and 4 at the same time, then you're selecting 2 inventory slots at the same time. That's kind of weird, right? So maybe there's like a what happens when player selects 2 inventory slots at the same time, which we don't really care right now because we're not using this feature, but it's a valid point. Like what would happen, right? It is something you'd want to think about. But the reason I'm doing this, why I'm putting in a giant bool struct thing, is because this is going to be a networked game. It's the goal. So I'm going to have to send this state to the server so that the server can simulate the game. Also, I don't know what happened here. Why did all these get all screwed up? Whatever. Anyways, sometimes I'm a bit OCD about lining things up, you know, because it looks cool. It's also a colossal waste of time. And then you have things like this where, like, you know, the braces are over here, so you wouldn't want to indent everything that far. So like some of them aren't lined up. But you know, I don't know, makes it maybe slightly easier to read. I also usually do this so that all the types line up. But whatever. It's a waste of time. Don't do it. But it's entertaining. I don't know why, what happened here? This should be like, yeah. And you know, like this one could go like here, like this. It sometimes helps if you want to rename stuff, right? If I want to be like some prefix underscore, it's a lot easier to do. Like I can just do it all at once because they're lined up. If they weren't lined up, it would be harder. It's probably still possible. I don't know how to do it on Windows. I know on Mac you can do it. But, you know, if I want to put like, oh, these are all pointers now. Also, if you don't know, you press Alt Shift and the arrow keys and you can block select and type stuff in a block. It's like a thing that most normal users don't use, but it's kind of useful, like to do things like this. I do that pretty often. That's really the main reason I vertically align things. It looks kind of nice, but it's mostly just if I want to edit. Like, you know, I want to change all the type of these. Whatever, you get the point. Yeah, Alt Shift plus arrow keys lets you do crazy stuff. Again, that's a Windows thing. So if you're not on Windows, I don't know, figure out how to do it on your own operating system. Corrupted my cab files, would not reinstall. I managed to stabilize the PC, but as soon as I open anything that uses the PC heavily, I blue screen. Have you checked the crash logs? I don't remember exactly how to do that. You can look at, what's it called? Event Viewer might have something useful in it. Like if you look in your Windows logs, like system, Windows system, either application if it's specific to a certain application, but if you look in your system things, there'll be like random stuff about whatever. There'll usually be errors or fatal or something, and it's like blah, blah, blah. If you get lucky, when your system crashes, they'll write something in there. There is actually like a crash log viewer as well, specifically for blue screens. I don't know what it looks at. There's like some crash dumps and some files hidden somewhere in your system drive, and you can download a program that's like a blue screen crash info viewer. How to make sure it doesn't have a virus, I don't know. I guess upload it to VirusTotal before you run it. But I just use Discord and watch internet sites. It don't crash. Why all the bools? Does it make better use of bandwidth? Yeah, I just learned that today too. They're bools because they're bools. It really has nothing to do with bandwidth, right? Like, is key down? The key is either down or it isn't down. So I don't know what else it would be. Like, what else would it be aside from a bool? right? Like the key, you're either walking north or you're not walking north. There's not really any other state. I mean, originally I considered having like walk north and run north be separate things instead of having run. But, you know, I refactored the data structure a bunch of times, and the one that eventually I settled on is like walk north is run if run is true, right? And it's attack if attack is true, and it's run and attack north if run and attack are true, and walk north is true. But yeah, I mean, you can use whatever you want. It's up to you. I don't know why camera speed delta is even in this structure, to be honest. Oh, this is the scroll wheel. That's why. When you scroll the mouse wheel, that's a float. So that's not a bool, right? Because it. But I don't know. I probably don't need to send this to the server because the server doesn't care about what my camera speed is, right? It also doesn't care about camera reset. Like, so some of these things will probably get refactored out when I do the part where I actually serialize it and send it to the server, or I'll just ignore these fields when I serialize it, because like none of these are gonna get sent to the server probably. Although I don't know, maybe the camera ones have to if you want to. No, these are all basically debug stuff as well, right? So I could just move these down. I could just say like debug, and then put them like this is probably what will happen. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm too lazy to refactor all the things, but yeah, those are essentially debug commands, which I would show you, but the code doesn't compile because I broke all of networking, which is what I was trying to figure out how to fix. I mean, I broke it on purpose, but it's still tedious to fix. Yeah, I just learned that today too. I mean, wouldn't you want to send northeast southwest as a single data point? I mean, I tried to do that and I decided it was a stupid optimization and stopped trying to do it. Like, yes, you can do that. Like, it could be a bit set, right? Like, if you have 32 booleans that can fit in one integer, and each boolean can be a bit. So that would be a way to compress it over the network. But storing that on the client side is just kind of annoying and tedious, and you have to, yeah, it's annoying and tedious. But totally, that is a way to compress it. Maybe I'll do that at some point if I care. But also, you know, it's 30 bytes. It's not that important yet. It's definitely more important over the network. It's not really important on my local machine, right? When you're running the game, if you have 30 bytes worth of booleans that represent the input, like literally nobody cares. All parts except my motherboard have shipped. I hate waiting on couriers. Dang, sorry. I just figured it would be a number, like 1 through 4 or something. Well, it can't be 1 through 4, right? Because you can walk north and east at the same time, right? Like you can walk diagonally. So what number would that be? Like it gets kind of confusing because then that doesn't correspond one-to-one with input anymore. Like I said, I tried to do that originally, right? I had like this. I had enum, walk direction, and then I had north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, and then idle. But really, if you think about it, idle is just the absence of any of these. So this is redundant. And northeast is just the same as north and east being set. So all of these are redundant. So you really just need 4 bits, right? Like northeast, like if you have, we'll do northeast, southwest, because that's, you know, never eat shredded wheat, whatever. That's how people think of it. If you want to say northeast, southwest, it would be like this, right? It would be a 4-bit integer that looks like, well, these would be the bits. It wouldn't be the 1000. It would be like 1000 in binary. If you wanted to say northeast, it would look like this, right? Etc. And some of these are invalid states, so they're technically wasted entropy, right? Like this isn't a valid state. You can't be walking northeast, south, and west at the same time. This is an invalid state because you can't be walking north and south at the same time. So then you're like, well, now I have to check for all these invalid states. That's kind of annoying, right? And like 4 of the values are wasted in sort of a weird way. But yeah, if you just send them separately and don't try to pack them together, you don't get the weird things. I mean, you could totally simulate this by setting your enumeration values correctly, which I think is what I was trying to do, right? You could say north equals 1, south equals 2, east equals 4, west equals 8, northeast would equal 5, southwest is 10, northwest is 9, and southwest is 10. Wait, what did I mess up? Oh, I have southwest twice. This should be southeast, which would be 6. Yeah, and coincidentally they're in the right order, right? So this is like what the enumeration values would have to be set to for it to work. If you don't want syntax errors, you can type the commas. But you see what I did, right? I just added them together because that's how you would get the binary thing. Like now 5 is going to be like northeast, which is this in binary, right? So like 4 plus 1 equals 5. But then there's like, well, I don't know, I guess like 8 kind of goes down here weirdly. But then what's 7 mean? What does 11 mean, etc.? What does 3 mean? Like 3 equals north plus south. That doesn't make any sense. You can't walk north and south at the same time. So yeah, it compresses the data, but it causes like these weird gaps in the numbers, and it's kind of hard to reason about. So save space, easy to read code, pick one. I figured it would be a number like 1 to 4. Yeah, it's all work. Oh, okay, so you don't have extra movement options. My bad, I didn't realize how the game played. Why check for invalid states? Well, because they're invalid, that's why. It's so hot today. I can only go outside for a minute. Should be 1 through 9, like on numpad. 1 through 9, what does that mean? Like you hold down the number 7 if you want to walk southwest? That could be a thing, right? Like the movement keys are just 1 through 9, and then if you want to walk north, you press 1. If you want to go south, you press 3. If you want to go southeast, you press 7. That'd be a hilarious game mechanic. Why check for them? You can just ignore them. Do you have a number pad? I do have a number pad, yeah. It should be 1 through 9 on the number pad. I mean, what does 5 mean, right? Like, what if you hold 8 and 4 at the same time? Is that the same as holding 7? What if you hold 7 and 9 at the same time? Do you walk up because that's the average of 7 and 9? It's just confusing, you know? What is this thing doing? Connect. How do I connect? I want to say server equals enets peer. There is no peer connect, right? How do I connect? Yeah, there's like infinite answers to the problem. You can code it however you want. That's just how I happen to be doing it at the moment. Definitely not claiming it's the best or only way. Creating an enet client. Wait, is this client? This isn't a client, this is a server, right? Client connect. You don't connect, you just send. There's no connect. Well, there kind of is. Why am I doing this? Get address. I don't think I need to do this anymore. I think I just need to send stuff, right? To the server. So the server's just an address, maybe? We need to figure out how to send stuff. Enet send, socket send. Or is it socket bind? How do I send data, man? This is a host sending a packet to an enet peer. Creating enet client. Creating enet server. So the server does host create. on a certain address. The client does host create on null address. I didn't mean to click that. And then we destroy the client at some points, which I guess maybe I should do somewhere. Host create open socket. Do I do that in here? What is close socket? Yeah, I guess in here we should say enets. What is it? Host destroy client. Right? Host create client equals host create, host destroy client. Disconnects, we could do enets peer disconnects. Request a disconnection from a peer. So the peer is going to be a server. Data describing the disconnection. I guess I don't know what I send to that. What does that mean? What data? Any data? I guess you just send any data you want, right? Enet host to net32. I think it's just arbitrary data. Some integer code if you want to make up an integer code. I'm just gonna send 0 for now, or 1. I don't know. I guess I'll send something that's not 0 since, well, I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna send 0. I guess 0 will mean like a happy disconnect. I don't know why this is to send oh, because that might still be true, I'm not sure. I don't think I need that actually. I don't think I need a disconnect message, right? Like this sends a message. I want to send a message. Why check for them? You can just ignore them. LL numpad makes sense. Is it okay to just ignore those cases, write code for cases you want and leave other ones as null or something? Sure. It's okay. The question is just what happens if the user does it, right? Because you can ignore it, but the user can still press both of those keys and your code is going to do something, right? So like I was saying yesterday, it's just useful to reason about what your code will do. And like by default, it might do something sane such that you don't need to handle it. Like maybe it will just do nothing and that's okay. You're fine with it doing nothing because it's an invalid case. But maybe it will cause the character to jump if you hold left and right at the same time, which makes no sense because like the up arrow should be jump, right? So if holding left and right makes the character jump, that's probably going to be really confusing for the player if they accidentally do that. So that would probably be like bad and you'd want to handle it or design your thing in such a way that the character doesn't jump when you hold left and right. But it depends. If you write the code, you don't need to predict. You just need to understand what your code does, which if you're less experienced is harder, right? But if you think about it while you're writing the code, usually it's kind of straightforward. Like I know what my code does in the case where I hold left and right because I programmed it to not, you know, to not walk north if you're holding or whatever, you know, not walk east if you're not holding this thing. If I didn't do this, I don't know what would happen. Like both would be true. So I would have to find the code that uses this, which I can do by hitting whatever it is, Shift F12 or whatever, find all references. If I look at where this is used, right? So if any of the walk directions are true in the input, then I'm setting the move buffer velocity. So in this case, I don't actually technically need to check that, right? I'm just checking that because I didn't want to send it over the network. I didn't want to send invalid states over the network or weird states. It's not really invalid, right? But the code would still work fine in this case, right? If you walk east and west at the same time, we're going to add 1 to move buffer X, and then we're going to subtract 1 from move buffer X. And the end result is that move buffer X will be 0, and the player won't move horizontally. So this is, again, this is the other thing I was saying you could do. If you're not doing networking and you ignore all this abstraction I've added about handling input somewhere else, this would just say like if is, you know, replace input walk north with is key down, whatever. W or what, you know, whatever it's called, and you would just say, and again you could put those directly in here I guess as well. You don't even need this outer if statement. I'm just doing that because I have an idle state that I want to use for a special reason in my game because I play certain sound effects when the character's idle. But if you don't have an idle state, you don't even need this outer if statement, right? You just need the inner one. If you don't have run, then you don't need if run. You can just say move state equals whatever. But again, I track running and walking separately because it, it might play different sound effects, or it might, whatever, like Diablo, lower your defense if you're running, or, it could do something different. Maybe you can't shoot arrows while you're running, only while you're walking, or maybe your arrows are less accurate, or, whatever you want to implement. Is there a way to predict? Was this the velocity method? Yeah, this is a velocity method, right? So yeah, I mean, the simplest possible thing is you just do this. But again, notice this is not an else statement, right? If this were an else statement, it would be a bug. So I can just say, get rid of this stuff. Like in the simplest case, you just do this. Is key down, key W is up, right? Is key down, key D is right. Is key down, key, what is this one, S? And then west would be A. Right, so this could be your, and then you could have whatever, like move, player, velocity. Or you can make these separate variables if you want, right? Like int vel x, vel y. I don't ever use the comma syntax. It's a terrible idea. Float vel y equals 0.0f. Right, and then this would be like vel. If you don't want to use vectors or whatever fancy stuff. Yeah, and then just move player, vel x, vel y, right? This would handle it correctly because these aren't else statements. And also when opposing, forces are applied, like when W and S are pressed at the same time, then they're just naturally going to end up back at 0. And if no keys are pressed, they start at 0. So like this is the correct way to handle input for 4 directions in a way where opposing keys don't interrupt each other, but also no key has precedence over any other key. Right? If I hold A, S, and D at the same time, A, S, and D, A and D are going to cancel each other out, right? Because that's left and right, but S will still be applied. S will still set velocity to positive, velocity Y to +1. So if you hold A, S, and D at the same time, your character will move straight down. If you then let off the A key, your character will move southeast, right? If you're still holding S and D. So it lets the player more smoothly transition between directions because they can hold down all 4 keys and not move anywhere. If they let off one of the keys, they'll start moving in one direction. If they let off 2 of the keys, they'll move in the direction of whatever 2 keys they're still holding diagonally. So it just feels really smooth, right? Because players don't press 1 key at a time and then let up on the key and then press another key. Like if you press S and then D, usually the way you transition is you press S, and while S is still down, you press D, and shortly after you release S, and then you keep holding D. And if you do that in a way where like S has precedence over D, then the D doesn't get applied when you press it. Or if D has precedence, then the S isn't getting applied while you're still holding it down, which maybe you want it to be. It just feels terrible. So yeah, have separate if statements, have velocity initialized to 0, and then have the opposing things cancel each other out by them having the same velocity in opposite directions, such that, the sum of them is 0. And then just call move player on whatever the deltas are, right? Like whatever ends up in these 2 move buffers at the end, or velocity buffer, whatever you want to call it, just add that to the player's movement. And there's other stuff you want to do based on frame rate and delta time or whatever, but this is the most basic thing. If you have a fixed frame rate, this will work and feel really good, and the player can transition between directions however they want on the keyboard. They can let up keys, hold down keys in any sort of order. It'll always do the correct thing. It'll always do exactly what they're currently requesting on that frame. Again, assuming is key down is like handled every frame. If you do the thing I did like in my snake game where you only check for 1 event every frame, this isn't going to work properly, because if W is down, you're not going to know D is down because you only handled 1 event, so you didn't get to the D event. Or vice versa. So the thing where you say like if SDL pull event instead of while SDL pull event, that again gives precedence to events. Only the oldest event will get processed each frame, and the other events will either be ignored or they'll be processed in some future frame in a way that causes a perceivable delay. So yeah, loop over all your events, make sure these booleans are up to date, these states are up to date, the keyboard state for every key or every mouse click or whatever, if possible, which it usually is because the user can't really press keys faster than, you know, you can only press so many keys in 16 milliseconds as a human. So generally you can process all the events and do this thing. And it's great. It can be even better in more complicated scenarios, but it's a great place to start. Did not know Diablo did that. Would something like this make sense for one of those tile type movement games? So if the game logic itself only allows you to move in one direction at a time, right? Like if you're playing chess and you're controlling the pawn with the keyboard, or whatever, the queen with the keyboard, because the queen can move in any direction, or I don't know, let's say a rook, right? Because a rook can only move in cardinal directions. Like you're just gonna move like one, I don't know, chess is a bad example because you can move more than one square at the same time. Yeah, if it's like some tile based movement where like you can move one tile and there's this animation that takes a while, right? Like you have whatever, you know, you have like a grid and your dude is on this tile, and then you press the right key and it does this, like move. Then you press the left key and it does this, like move. And then you press down key and it does this, move. And if while you're doing this, like say I press the right key and move and I get to here and you press up, you probably don't want it to do this, right? Like that doesn't make sense. You don't want it to like start going right and then you press up and it like starts going up. It's like you'd want the animation to finish playing, right? Assuming there's an animation. If it's just instant, maybe you just want like do 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 do. But if there's some animation playing where you're moving and you press up, you just want to ignore the up key while it's happening. And then once the animation stops playing, you go back into like the listening for key press state. So like now you press up and it starts moving up. You ignore left, right, and down. Or maybe you want down to be able to cancel the movement and send you back, right? So maybe you like start moving up and then down just like snaps you back to here instantly. So you're like up and then you're like, oh wait, no, down. I can't do the instant thing with the mouse, right? But I guess I could do this like up, down. It doesn't work, but yeah, you get the point. Like if that's your thing, if you're using grid-based movement and it takes some time to get to a square, and you don't want the user to be able to interrupt that animation because like that's their turn and then the other person goes, then you don't need to handle input smoothly, right? That's like a totally different kind of game versus if you want to let your character move freely around the world, even though it's a grid-based world, you have to handle all the keys smoothly. So yeah, totally depends. You get to design the game and then decide how to handle the input such that the game feels nice. That's what I was imagining at the start of this conversation. Did you actually see the game? Like again, the game is not compiling right now, but I don't know if you actually saw the game. I could probably run the most recently compiled thing if you did not see the game, which is this, right? Like you can move whatever direction you want. And it's very smooth. There are tiles on the screen, but it's not tile-based movement, right? So yeah, there's like run, right? I'm moving, now I'm running. There's, you know, his feet aren't moving, so maybe it's a little hard to tell, but I'm definitely going faster when I hit the shift key. Mr. Slime Friend has like 10 million HP. It's like a box you can type stuff in, which is sort of related to the thing I'm working on with the server stuff. There's, I think the other stuff's commented out. I have like I am GUI is running in here. I think I told you about I am GUI, or some people have mentioned I am GUI. This is like a thing that lets you, you know, put GUI in your app It has all sorts of stuff. I don't know, trees with children nodes and text boxes and images. I don't know, whatever this is doing. It also has like some built-in fancy stuff somewhere. Draw lists. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I remember seeing this. It tells you where the viewports are. Tables, fonts, settings, internal state. Yeah, so IMGUI makes you make little windows with menus and stuff that you can drag around and resize, etc. This is just a static UI that I drew. Like I drew a blue rectangle and then drew some lines of text. The same with this chat thing is something I'm drawing. Like I'm drawing each of these lines of text on a rectangle and I resize the rectangle based on how many lines there are. There's no scroll bar, so you can't look at chat history. I don't know, there's like a bunch of other random buttons that do stuff. I don't remember what any of the buttons are. This button changes the font. Just random debug stuff. There's like some statistics like damage dealt, right? So when I click on this guy, damage dealt goes up, but if I attack while I'm over here, it doesn't go up because I wasn't close enough to hit him. But it says how many times I've swung my fist. I guess I accidentally put my sword away. This guy has like 10 million health just because it's funny. It's like the spawn area. You're not supposed to be able to kill him. I was gonna make an Easter egg. If you kill the spawn guy that has like 100,000 health, then you get some coins or whatever. So if I, well, I can't change it because it's not compiling, but you can set his health to a low number and kill him and lots of coins will drop, which is kind of entertaining. Also that random circle, whoops, it's not, I don't know if the release one works. Maybe the release one's an older build, let's see. When is this from? Oh, this is just a square one. Yeah, this random map you spawn in that's a circle is something I just made a second ago. But it does actually have world generation that makes, like, it makes interesting tile patterns, but it doesn't put anything on the tiles. Like there aren't any trees or flowers or like, you know, grass on top of the tile grass. There's just tiles. But later on, you could spawn some more entities on top, make the world more interesting. Yeah, networking is baroque, very baroque. You know, baroque networking. This is my networking right now. It's very baroque. Currently, my problem is I have no idea how to use enet, so I'm just kind of making stuff up. We want to send something. What do we want to send? Enet send. Enet socket send. Peer send. Peer send. What is the difference between peer send? Why does sockets even exist in enet? I have no idea. Okay, so somehow we need to create a packet. And we need to send it to a peer. So the peer, in this case, this is the client. We want to send it to the server. So the peer is the server, right? The channel ID is, I don't know. What is the channel ID? The channel ID started at 0? I actually have no idea. I don't know how channel IDs work in enet. So we're just gonna say 0 and hope that 0 is the first channel. And then we need a packet. So we're gonna say raw packet, I guess, which isn't gonna be this anymore. Oh boy. No, it's not gonna be raw packet. It's gonna be like packet, maybe. And we're gonna say enet packet equals enet create. What is it? Enet packets creates. Sure. What is create offset? What does that mean? Create offset. Data length, data offset. Oh, I guess if you want to give it a big buffer, you can say where in the buffer to create it. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Oh yeah, if you yeah, I could have like a packet pool. Data length flags. Creates a packet that may be sent to appear. Initial contents of the packet's data. The packet's data will remain uninitialized if data is null. Packet's data will remain uninitialized if data is null. Okay, yeah, so this is just going to be raw packets, maybe, or raw bytes. Actually, what is it? Size of raw packets. That's just where it's stored. Oh, bytes is how, okay, yeah, so it's gonna be raw packet. Raw packet is the data. And then the data length is raw bytes. And then flags is 0. I have no idea. What is flags? Flags for this packet as described for the enet packet structure. I don't know what that means. What is the enet packet structure and what are the flags? The flags is either 0 or a bitwise or of any combination of the following flags. The packet must be received by the target peer and resend attempt should be made until the packet is delivered. Packet will not be sequenced with other packets. Packet will not allocate data and the user must supply it instead. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Do I free the data after I send it? What do I do with the data? Oh, yeah, okay, we want to allocate data because I'm putting it in a static buffer or a local variable buffer on the stack. And I don't really want to free it myself, so we'll just let enet handle that. No allocate. Unreliable fragment. Packet will be fragmented using unreliable. Whether the packet has been sent from all queues. This seems like a flag I should not set as the user. Like, how would I know if the packet's been sent from all the queues? Yeah, that's a terrible idea. We want the connection packet to be reliable, I feel like, maybe, or maybe we should just keep sending it if we're not connected. I actually don't know, that's a good question. We actually don't really need a create packet if you think about it, right? Like the server can just detect the first time I send a packet and then do a create. Like we should send an auth packet here, right? What were we sending? What kind of packet is this? Identify. Yeah, so this isn't really a connect thing. So do we want reliable here? I don't think we need reliable. I think we just need to keep sending it ourselves. I'm not sure. I don't know if I should tell enet to make this a reliable packet or if I should just keep resending it if I'm not connected. I guess enet can do it, so we should just let enet do it, right? So that my code doesn't have to do it multiple times. It's an interesting question. So then we want to send this on channel 0, I guess. I don't actually know if channel 0 is a valid channel. Then we want to check, so let's see, what does this return? Does it return null if it fails or something? Null on failure. So if not packet, we need to do something. We need to say whatever, packet create failed, I guess is a new error message we don't have yet. Sock open failed, sock send failed, socket connection failed. Well, we're not actually using that one anymore. I don't know. Let's just say packet create failed. Also, I feel like I don't need a comment that describes what packet create failed means. It's pretty self-explanatory. So error type, this is gonna be fatal error type packet create failed. Failed to create packet enet. I think the parent does stuff. Enet, I don't have an enet message, right? I never have an enet message. So I guess I'll just stop putting stuff here. We don't have a new line. I guess we don't need a new line in this case. We don't have an error, so there's nothing to put there. And then we need to check if send fails, which also probably returns null, or what does this return? Returns 0 on success, returns less than 0 on failure. Okay, so if this is less than 0, do something. We want to say peer send. Let's say peer send failed. Peer send failed. And say failed to send connection request. And we don't have any more error information at the moment, so we'll just say this. And then get rid of this. And Fatal will return, and then we'll set the host name to whatever we want to set the host name to. I don't know what this server thing is trying to assert. I guess clients. What are we asserting here? Raw packet, raw byte, send. Where's send, server? We're trying to assert something about the server. Server address. Host. I don't know if we can assert that. I don't think we can assert that, right? We have to assert something else. I don't know what to assert here. Maybe I can just assert port instead of the other part. Let's just assert that there's a port number. That seems like a decent sanity check. ZNet get address. I don't know what this is doing or why. I feel like we don't need to do that. Oh no, we do need to do that, right? Yeah, we need to connect to a peer or something. What is this? This is a peer, right? Yeah, we need like enet peer. Peer something. I don't know. What's the tutorial say? Managing an enet host, creating an enet client, sending a packet to an enet peer. Enet packet creates, send. How do we know who to send it to though? We create a packet, we resize the packet if we want, and then we send it to a peer. Okay, it does say channel ID 0. One could also broadcast the packet by sending it to host 0 packet. That's interesting. One could just use enet host service instead. Oh, instead of flush. A packet is sent to a foreign host enet peer send. Accepts a channel ID. How do I get the peer though? Is it peer create? I don't know how do you tell this where to go? Peer destination. Well, you have to tell it the IP address of the server somewhere. I'm not sure where to do that. That's what this function is trying to do. Hell yeah, smart stream. What's up, Harmony Enforcer? How are you this evening? I don't know where this first time chat thing came from, but it's kind of cool. I'll show it again in case no one knows what I'm talking about. Apparently Streamlabs has this thing now where it says like first time chat from viewer. I don't know if it's like first time all time or if it's like first time during this stream, because I've never seen it before. So the question is, how do we tell this where to go? Connection to a, like, why does it say this? It says sending a packet to an enet peer, and then it says connecting to an enet host, right? Like, this is kind of weird. Why is it telling me how to send data before it tells me how to connect? Managing an enet host. Sending a packet to a peer. Disconnecting a peer. Connection to a foreign host is initiated with enet host connect. It accepts the address of the foreign host to connect to and the number of channels that should be allocated. If n channels are allocated, enet host connect. Is that different than enet host create? What does this do? Enet address set host. Enet host connect. Client. Peer equals enet host connect. What? Enet host creates. Is a client not also a host? This is so confusing. I don't like the naming of things in enet. It's like very confusing. Create an enet server, create an enet client. Yeah, like enet host create creates a client, right? So client equals enet host create. But then this thing is saying, oh, peer equals, and then enet host service clients. Okay. This code is so disparate. Okay, so create a client, we already did. Enet host, we have the host. We check if it fails. If it fails, we destroy it, or somewhere we destroy it. If client equals null. So if not client, efatal, assert something. Enet host create, close socket, we'll destroy this, right? Or do we destroy it? I actually don't know if we destroy it. I think we do somewhere down here, right? Enet host destroy, yeah. Disconnect, destroy. I don't know if close socket, if we really want that to destroy, they should probably rename the methods. I guess that's what it's doing. And then we have this thing, connecting. So we need to do whatever this is doing. Maybe in here, I guess. So let's see, let's put this here. So we have an address. The address is going to take in the host name. Does it also take a port, or? Oh, and then you just set the port yourself. Okay, so this is going to be host name. Also, is this a macro? Why is it purple? What's going on here? Feature address mapping. I don't know why there's new and old versions of these. I'm also really confused about that. Set host old. Set host old equals get host by name inet p to n. What does set host new do? Is this just IPv6? Is that the only different? Like, why don't they just call it set host IPv6 instead of set host new? Get address info map 4 to 6. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna use the old one and then say like, should we use enet address set host new to get IPv6 support? Probably, but I don't know. Enet event. Well, this is like the main loop. That's gonna go somewhere else. Wait up to 5 seconds for connection attempt to. Oh wait. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if we want to wait in here. Where does this get called from? Alt, shift, what's the button? I can't remember. Shift F12. Where do we call this? In game client run? Yeah, we can't really hang here, right? That's not good. We don't want to hang here. This should go in net client, right? I think we want a separate thread for this, maybe, I don't know. We don't want it to block rendering for sure. We probably want to like show a loading screen or something while it's connecting. Not entirely sure. how to handle that. So assert, we can assert this maybe. Address port, this is kind of pointless. There's nothing to assert here. Connection failed. Socket connection failed. What should that be replaced with? So peer. So peer is going to be server. It's going to be server, right? And then if not server, we'll do some stuff, which is this thing, I guess. Socket connection failed, which is going to be host connect. Enet host connect. What should we call that? Peer. Let's call that peer connect failed. Gonna have to clean up some of these later. Yeah, let's call this peer connect failed and put it in here. So efatal failed to connect to server. Enet has no error message, so we'll just get rid of this for now. Get rid of this, and then we can delete all this code, right? Server host port. Yeah. I don't think we want to handle this event in here either. Okay, so we have an address. Where's event? Where does event get used? Somewhere down here. I don't know what that's doing. I don't think we want to do this down here. Also, event, VS always thinks, Visual Studio always thinks event is a keyword. I don't know why. It's a really annoying bug. Okay, enet address set host, address host name, port equals this, connects, allocating 2 channels. We don't want to allocate 2 channels. We want to allocate 1 channel. Channel count equals 1, data equals 0. This is going to be 1. If it fails, say peer connect failed. Wait up to 5 seconds for it to succeed. So I guess we should do this. Yeah. I don't want to block in this function, but I guess I have to. So we're going to put this in here. And we're going to reset server instead of doing it here. So connect, send the packet, wait 5 seconds. If host service is greater than 1 and event type equals connect, this is a really stupid way to handle this, but then the connection succeeded. So let's just say something like, I want to print something. How do I print stuff? I don't remember. Log. Write log. What the hell is the, I don't know. Do I have logging? How does the log work? I haven't logged something in so long I forgot how to log something. That's kind of sad. Okay, we're just gonna say this connection fed. We're gonna say this trace log, and I think we want info, trace info debug. We're gonna say info, right? This isn't really debug stuff. Net client. Wait, don't I have a log? I feel like I have a helper thing for this. That's better. What is it called? Log source. Is it like e-info or something? E-check, e-info. I don't know why this is called e-info. It's not really an error, but whatever, man. Okay, we're just gonna say einfo, this thing, which passes log info and takes var args, format var args, packet message type. I don't know. We don't want whatever this is. Connected to server, this stuff, and this stuff. Right? Okay. Just do this. If we connect after 5 seconds or within 5 seconds, we print that we connected. Otherwise, we throw a fatal error because we didn't connect. And this is probably shouldn't be a fatal error, but whatever. For now, it's fatal error. We also want to set server hostname. So we can do that in here. And failed to send connection request, packet create failed. So we don't need this, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe we want this. Peer send packet. Yeah, this is the connection packet. So we want to do this after. We want to do all this stuff somewhere else after here. Yeah. Connecting to server and sending identify packet probably shouldn't be in the same place. I don't know. Maybe they should be in the same place. I have no idea. I'm not a networking expert. I'm not even a networking novice. I don't know what I'm doing. Do you want to be a programmer? It's easy. Just type buttons. Look at me. I am programmer. Totally valid syntax. It's gonna take a while for all this stuff to work correctly. Failed to send data. Okay, well that, I guess this part's easy, right? Maybe. Data size, isn't it just this? Send. Right? Like, I don't know what socket is. Assert socket. We don't have socket, right? We have assert server address port. I don't know. We'll assert that the port is something other than 0. Raw packet, raw bytes. This is going to be data and size. Also, I don't know if this is supposed to be reliable or not. We're just gonna say if they're all reliable packets for now, but that's a terrible idea in the long run. Don't always use reliable flag. Figure out what actually needs to be reliable, e.g. chat. Well, the only thing we have at the moment is chat packets, so I guess everything actually does need to be reliable right now, but in the future, not everything will need to be reliable, so we shouldn't make it all reliable. This can be socket send failed, peer send failed, failed to send data, S error. Sure. Actually, it was using UDP before, that's interesting. Anyways, we'll keep reliable for now. Account for header size, determine MTU we want to aim for, perhaps do auto segmentation somewhere. I don't think we need any of this stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Pretty sure enet does all that. If not, we would figure that out eventually. Socket handle. This is going to be server address port. Assuming server is actually something. Maybe we should assert that server is actually something. That's probably a better idea, right? How should we do that? Like this? Right? We should probably assert the server is something before we try to dereference it. That's what smart people would do. What's going on here? Packet. No suitable conversion from enet buffer to uint32t. What? What did you say to me? Raw bytes, size of raw bytes. Okay, so this is going to be data. Is data uint32t pointer? No, it's a void. Okay. Raw bytes, data length is a size t, so we can get rid of size of. I think we're gonna use this. I'm not really sure, honestly. I feel like we probably, seems like a bad idea. But hey, what's life without bad ideas? Sure. Assert socket handle. Okay, I'm just gonna go through and replace all these so I don't have to do it one at a time. Socket handle. It's gonna be this. Please stop indenting my code incorrectly, Visual Studio. It's very annoying. So enet address sender equals. This is just gonna be enet address, right? Or a pointer to it or something. I don't know, man. What is this thing? I forgot. Yeah, that's fine. It could just be in place, I think. Also, we don't really need equals. Just do this. Is that a good idea? I don't know. Enet peer receive server 0. What does this return? A packet? I guess we don't need to allocate packet history anymore. Oof, this is it's turned into quite the refactor there. Or null if there are no available incoming queued packets. Bytes equals something. If bytes is less than 0, we don't need to do this. This is just going to be, we already received it. This is just going to be if packet, right? If packet, because otherwise it's null. What's this complaining about though? A value of type enet packet can not be used to initialize a packet. Oh. I see what you did there, enet. If packet, oh, wait, hold on. We don't want to do all this. We don't want to delete all that stuff. We actually need that stuff, I think, right? Maybe. Maybe. Do we need this stuff? I think, well, if enet is good at resending packets, we don't need a history of packets, but I think I'm gonna keep this temporarily. Okay, so let's allocate a packet, and then we're gonna say enet packet, and we'll call that something else. Enet packets. Enet packet equals enet peer receive server 0. Right? I don't know. Why is this a pointer to a packet ID? Holds the channel ID of the channel the packet was received. Oh. Why doesn't the packet just have a channel in it? Why does it return the channel as a separate thing? That's weird. Enet packet flags data. Okay, whatever, man. So we need enet uint 8. Can I pass null to this? Is it valid to pass null to channel ID? Oh, yeah, it is valid. So I can just ignore this for now. Okay, good. It does a null check. We're gonna say null pointer just to make that clear. If, and then we're gonna say if enet packets, and also we could just allocate this packet inside of here. Because if we don't receive anything from enet, we don't need to allocate a packet, right? That's kind of dumb. Sender. Where do we get the sender from? Packet source address. What is source address? Enet address. So this is going to be packet. No, enet packet. Okay, how do I know where it came from? Oh, it could only come from the server. So I don't really need to store, like on the client side, packets can only come from the server. I don't really need to store, unless I'm doing like peer-to-peer stuff. I don't need to store where it came from, right? So I could just not set this. Or set it to whatever, the server, like server address, right? I guess that's kind of dumb, like this isn't necessary because the client can only receive packets from one place, server. Right, like we don't really need to store that the packet came from the server because all the packets are going to come from the server. Otherwise, where'd they come from? Delete message. What is this doing? This seems bad. Delete message. Memset packet. Oh god. 0 packet size. This is gonna be data. And this is gonna be, wait, what is this gonna be? Packet, raw bytes, data. What's the issue here? Void, is it because it's void? Must be a pointer to a complete object type. Is it just uint 8? I don't know what the size of this should be. Int. I'm just gonna say uint 8 t, or I could just say char pointer or something. I don't know, maybe this is more clear. It's just raw bytes, uint 8. I spelled that wrong, uint 8t. If bytes is less than 0, what will we do? We'll be very hungry. That's what we will do. We'll be starving. It will reduce our hunger to negative. What is this doing? I don't know, man. It's doing stuff and things. Process message packet. Where do we allocate a packet? Oh, we allocate a packet right here. Delete packet message. Why are we doing this? Why are we, like, wouldn't this have already deleted? Like, shouldn't this return a zeroed packet? If empty resize, count, return element. I guess we're not like doing a constructor thing, or are we? T element equals new vector data T. Why did I use C++ code at all? I don't know, that's a great question. Don't use C++, kids. How do you C and C++ at the same time? Yeah, I'm like constructing an object and then mem setting some shit it points to 0. Like delete, when you have delete and memset like right next to each other in your code, You done fucked up, kids. So raw bytes data plus bytes, which is 0 always, because I don't know how to get the message from enet packet. So I feel like this needs to be like enet packet data. So memset packet data plus bytes. Data, this is gonna be data length. Bytes equals data length. Do I use bytes anywhere else? I guess I do. I can do this, sure. Plus bytes. Packet size max minus. Oh, I'm setting. Wait a second. You drunk, bro? I'm setting the rest of the packet to 0 is what this memset does. Isn't this just a pointer now? Like I don't need to do any of this stuff anymore. This is just an enet buffer. Like we can just say raw bytes, right? This is an enet buffer. We can just say raw bytes equals packet raw bytes equals enet packet. Oh, okay. We do have to do it separately, right? We can say raw bytes data and data length, right? We just do this. Done. We don't need memsets. Why do we have memsets? Also, what the hell is this doing? Packet message. Like, where do we deserialize? Do we even do that anymore? I feel like I deleted some code I needed in here. I don't really want to undo it. So net client CPP. I'm gonna go find this on GitHub. Net client CPP. That's not the right thing to search for. Net client CPP. What was this doing before? Where is receive? Receive. Packet equals socket send packet receive into raw bytes if bytes greater than 0. Source address raw bytes. Oh, it's process message, right? It's this thing, I think. Yeah. This will populate the rest of the. Yeah, it does deserialize right here. Wonderful. Basically a genius. Don't want to toot my own horn, but basically a genius, guys and girls. And other people who don't identify under either of those labels. This isn't necessary because the client can only receive packets from one place, the server. So we're deleting packet message. I feel like message is called poorly because I can never remember what it means. So I'm gonna rename this to net message, which probably I shouldn't do like this, but also I don't know if refactor is gonna work. I don't know. Does this work? Packet message, message, net message, chat message, net chat message. No, don't replace that one. I think we do want to replace these, right? Net chat message, chat message. I think maybe. Okay, I give up on the refactor tool. I'm just gonna do it manually and see what breaks because I can't tell if those are using this or something else that happens to be called message. Let's call this net message. Could also be like net message. I don't know, man. So we delete this thing because we love dynamic allocation. We get the time. We text format IP sender, whatever that means. Like what even is this? Address. What is address? This is just server, right? Like what I mean, Does enet validate that it's like coming from the right place, I guess, automatically? Like maybe I don't need to do stranger danger anymore. Why is comment not working? Oh, it's because it's this thing, right? It's not really working either. Does enet only accept packets from the expected peers? We probably don't need stranger danger check anymore. Yeah, we should figure out if that's true before we delete this. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's just assume that it's true. Trace log, receive. This is kind of dangerous and just prints binary to the log, so you know it's not great. Trace log warning, unrecognized message type, packet message. Okay, all these things are gonna be broke, right? Because this is net message now. Net message, and net message. I think we fixed all the errors in this file, so that's good. So I kind of want to fix all these message things, right? What is this complaining about? Packet rob bytes, enet buffer to uint32. Oh, is this just data? Is that void pointer? That's a void pointer. And then we're gonna say, whoops, wrong button. Data length, please. This is gonna be net message and net message. Are we in net server now? Yeah, we're in net server. So let's look at net client. Let's copy our asserts from here, server, right? Maybe. And then socket handle. I'm not sure what that's gonna be now. Is it peer or is it server? I think it's also called server here, right? Maybe. Assert server, net server. Oh, it's not a pointer. So is it just this? Assert server address port, I guess. All the places where we have assert server, or whatever it was, assert socket can just be this, I guess. Assert socket, okay, it was only in 2 places. What else? This is net message. Client address equals, oh boy. I don't think we need this because the peer is gonna have, yeah, we can get rid of a lot of stuff. Like enet's gonna handle a lot of this stuff. Znet socket close is gonna be enet peer, or is it reset or disconnect? Enet peer reset. No. This is enet. Shoot, what's it called? Where'd server go? Or I mean client. What's it called? Enet host destroy. Enet host destroy. Server. Right? The server is the host. Yeah, that might have to be a pointer, actually. Now that I think of it, right? We're not setting it, but it's probably going to be a pointer. I think. Enet host create. This returns a pointer. Yeah. Okay. We need to make this server be a pointer. Is that not true for client? Yeah, host and peer, those are both pointers. Okay, so also in server, I think all the peers are going to be pointers as well. I don't know how to align my text. Too much work. Okay, sure. Server, where'd the server go? So socket close, enet host destroy. So I guess I want enet host disconnect, or do I want peer disconnect? How does that work? Does this notify all the clients? If host enet peer reset. Enet host connect. Enet host broadcast. Is there, what's the disconnect? Enet protocol command disconnect. How do I disconnect? What function do I call? Now or later? Disconnect now, and disconnect later. That seems a bit redundant. Enet peer send. Enet peer on disconnect. Is there enet host disconnect? Host destroy, connect. I guess I need to like loop over all the peers. Does it tutorial say how to disconnect? Disconnecting an enet peer. Enet peer disconnect. Allows 3 seconds for the disconnect to succeed and drop any packets. Receive packets. I guess, I don't know. Enet disconnect server. Server disconnecting all clients while enet service. Now I'm using timeout value of 0. Getting faster reads. Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't know if I actually want to wait. I feel like I should just send, like, fire off disconnect packets, and then hopefully they get there before I reset all the peers, which probably isn't going to happen because I'm going to reset immediately, but I don't know. Maybe they'll notice something. Like, let's see, how do we do that? It'd be like server peers, peer count, peers. So like for, I mean, I have this information, but it's kind of redundant, right? Like I have net server clients, but enet's already handling those. I do have a username, which is kind of useful, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna do this for now. I'm just gonna say int I equals 0, I is less than server peer count, I plus plus. Hopefully this doesn't modify the collection. Enet peer disconnect server peers I 0. What is this? This is a pointer to a peer, right? What's the problem here? Oh, this is okay, fine, sure. Take a pointer. Znet socket close. Enet host destroy. I don't think we need to close. And then clients clear. Port equals 0. We don't actually store port anymore, do we? Should we store port? we're not storing host name. Oh, we did have port. We had port here. Do we need to store? No, because the server address port. Yeah, like I think host destroy will just destroy it. And this is a pointer, so it won't point to anything. So you can check if it's null. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think we need to save the port after the socket has been closed. Like they'd have to open a new one anyways and specify a new port. So whatever, man. This is clear. Sure, I guess that's fine. Notify all clients. This isn't really to do anymore. That's what this is intending to do. I don't actually know if it's what this does, but we will find out one day. One day, one day, one day. One day, one day, one day. Why? What's the issue here? Expression must have class type, but it has type E. What are you talking about? Enet host pointer. Are you saying this has to be an arrow? That's fine. Be an arrow. See if I care. Sender. Packet history Alec. Packet history Alec. Receive. I feel like I should just copy whatever I did in the client because it's gonna be mostly the same, right? Or maybe I should just open this on my other monitor so I can look at it. Sorry, you guys can't see it, but okay, what is this gonna be? Packet Alec. Yeah, so we're just gonna say basically the same thing. Not whatever that was. Enet packet. Enet packet equals enet peer receive. Is this server? This isn't server, right? This is. Do we have to loop over and receive for each client? How does that work? Socket sender. How does this work? I think we have to loop over them, right? How does the server receive stuff? Or do we use like host something? Event type receive. Event. So I guess we just do this stuff, right? Is one way. Or we could peer receive. Enet host service versus enet peer receive. Really? 0 results? Is Google broken? Like what? How can there be? I don't know, man. Maybe this isn't what the original one was called. Enet peer receive. Enet type connect. What the heck is going on? Well, this is a while loop, so I don't know. Let's just copy the event thing. Right, let's just do this. Also, are these spaces or tabs? Enet host service server events 1000. Assert 1. I feel like this doesn't need to do this. Like Enet could just do this, and then I could get rid of all the future garbage. And also like 10 milliseconds, right? Like this could just be, is this milliseconds? milliseconds. Just make this 10, right? Or whatever, maybe less, I don't know. I guess it would be notified immediately. But couldn't this just wait forever? How do I just tell it to wait forever? Do I just say 0? Timeout, how long should it wait? Is there a thing that says wait forever? I don't know. Do this while wait condition and wait interrupt. I don't know what to set this to. I'm just gonna say 50 and then figure out later to do. How often should this, how long should this wait between calls? I don't know. Great question. If a client connects, what else do I have on here? Okay, get rid of that. Let's move my thing off the chat in case anyone says something. I don't know if anyone's actually watching anymore. It says there's a few people. Maybe people are lurking. Let's see. Client connected. Send server full. I don't know what the point of this is. Client information. Also, does this have to be, I don't know, I guess it doesn't have to be HU because they're not using HU. I'm just gonna say e-info here instead. Because why not? Someone disconnected. Peer data. Oh, I see. I feel like peer data should like point to some string that says who they are or whatever. Why don't I just do this? Right? No, we don't need the data. Reset the peer's client information. Peer data equals null. Sure. We don't need to do that because we're just not going to use this. Clean up the packet now that we're done using it. Enet packet destroy. That's fine. We should actually use it though. We're not using it. That would probably be a good idea. Also, I'm gonna put curly braces around these because bad things happen when you don't. Bro, Visual Studio needs to relax on auto formatting my code. Seriously, just chill. Very stupid and annoying. No, Don't auto format. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Clean up the packet. Now that I don't need a comment that says what destroy does. It clearly destroys the packet. It's in the name. Okay, now we gotta do some other stuff, right? Like, we're not gonna do receive, I guess, because we don't need to. I don't really know what the point of pure receive is versus host service. It's a bit confusing to me, if I'm being honest. Sender, why do we need sender? I don't think we need any of this stuff. If byte's greater than 0, so that's just going to be whatever is in here. Packet source address equals. We do want to save where the packet came from somehow. What is in event? Oh, we do have the peer address. Okay, great. So, yeah, so let's allocate some stuff. Which means we might have to copy the raw bytes over. It's a slightly annoying thing. Let's do this. So we're gonna allocate a packet. We're gonna say packet source address equals the peer address. We're gonna say packet timestamp equals event. Does this have a time? Event packet. There's no timestamp in here, so I don't know. Maybe we can just use this thing. I don't think we're actually using the timestamp, so I don't know. Packet timestamp string equals 1. How to get from enet. What else? Packets. Net message, raw bytes, data equals packets, events, packet, data, packet, raw bytes, data length equals events, packet, data length. Equals calloc event packet data length size of event packet size of packet raw bytes data. Which, can we do that? Is this just void? It's just void. Size of u in 8t, how about that? And then we're gonna say memcopy into packet raw bytes data from this where event packet data length. And also we can say +1 maybe just to make sure there's a 0. I don't know if we need a 0. We don't need a 0, it has a length. Just don't read past the end, right? Easy. Data length equals data length. Okay, and then somewhere we need to free that, which I don't know where we'll do that, but maybe alloc free. Does alloc free it if it was already used? If empty resize size equals. I don't know. I don't know what this does. There's probably a memory leak somewhere in here. Who am I to say? enet packet destroy. Sure. We could also just not destroy the enet packet until later and just store the packet inside of our packet structure. That's the thing. I don't know if that's a good idea. I feel like maybe enet tracks it internally and some buffer would fill up or something, but I have no idea. Probably not. It's probably a standalone thing. Could packet just point to enet packet instead of copying and destroying? And would the enet packet get destroyed? Would that confuse enet in some way? Don't know, but for now we'll just copy it and destroy it. So source address, blah blah blah, some time set stuff, memset, we don't need memset anymore. Client, KV clients, find sender, whatever the hell this is doing. If blah blah blah, server full. If it equals n, client size is greater than this, otherwise put it in the list. We really don't need any of this. And then process message packet client. Okay, so we do need this probably. If equals end. I don't know what this means. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Client equals clients sender. Wait, hold on. Where did that get populated? Oh, continue. I don't know what this is doing, honestly. Where is stuff getting added to clients? Client equals clients sender. I guess this creates something. So I don't know, maybe we need that. I don't know what this server client's max is, like client size. You could just resize, right? Like we don't need this stuff. KV equals clients find sender. What is sender? Source address equals sender. Okay, so sender is going to be event packet. No. Event peer address, right? Enet address. Enet address. If it equals client's end, then events peer address clients peer equals peer. I don't know what the point of this is, but sure. Client equals this. If not last received at, send welcome basket. Last received at equals get time. Send welcome basket client. Does some stuff. It's probably gonna break. Definitely gonna break. And then break out of the loop. And then we need process message. After this, net server failed to send network data, received that. Right, and then we need this process client packet. This could like print the type of packet we received at the very least, if it doesn't print anything else. Okay, let's get rid of this. Actually, we can get rid of the whole thing, right? Because this is also a loop. I don't know why there's an assert one here. Beautiful. This is net message. Net message. What is this? What's the problem with this? Text format IP clients peer. This takes a peer, right? I don't remember. No, it takes an address. Okay, hold on. What is client? How do we get the address out of client? Is it in the peer? I think it's peer dot address, right? Peer address. Oh my goodness, so many pointers. Assert kv second address host. Kv second address. What's the problem here? Is it this? Peer address port. We'll just do this. Clients peer address port. Can probably just assert client peer. Honestly, I don't need to assert. I guess we should assert both if we're gonna assert anything. We at least need to assert this. Client peer address port. Right, like we need to at least assert peer before we dereference it. I guess we can do this here. Oh, this is server. This is server address port, and we should also assert server before we dereference it. And then port. I don't think we need to store port anymore, right? Like, yeah, we don't need this. If server's empty, then there's no port. What's up, Al? How's it going? Send raw. Okay, yeah, so this is gonna be the same as, where'd it go? Net server. Where's net clients? I have too many files open. Where's net clients? Hello? Net clients. Why you not open? Oh, it's on my other screen, that's why. That's why it's over here. I don't know what all this is talking about. Do I even use this for anything? Oh, I just print. What? Where's packet timestamp string? Oh, okay. It's also in netserver.c. It's actually not in netserver.c. Maybe it should be in netserver.c. Maybe. I don't know. Right, we could just do this. It's also in netclient.c. I don't know if this is valid. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. I have no idea. But this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the raw send. Where is send? Why is it not called send raw in here? I don't know. Server data size, packet size max. Sure. Where is send raw? Data size. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do this. Bloop. And then fix it all because it's broke. we need a client, net server client. So this is going to be clients peer 0, right? 0 is the channel packet. We could add channels to this API later if we care. Peer send failed to send. Packet create failed. Reliable. We don't always want to use reliable, but for now we're always going to use reliable. We don't need this to do comment anymore. It's redundant. We already deleted it from the other file. Open socket. Okay, so this is going to be slightly different, but very similar to this. And this is going to say server equals enet host creates address, and we have to create an address somehow. Creating an enet server. Yes, we got to do this stuff. Address, and then host create and address. 32 clients, 2 channels, server null. So basically, we're going to do this. Right? We already have server, we don't need that. Specific host address can be specified by this. Enet host any. I think enet host any is fine. What are the other options? Broadcast any. Also, this is if define IPv6 construct. I think I want localhost for now. Right? Is there a enet host default MTU? There's no local host. I guess we just want this, right? I think this is fine. IP IN6 address. And what is our port? Socket, I guess socket port. I don't know why it's called socket port. That's weird, but okay. Enet host any. We're just gonna say this in here for now. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that means. Let's play Diablo. Okay, fine. What are you working on? It's kind of late to play Diablo. It's midnight. I have to go to bed soon. I'm working on slime game networking stuff, which I haven't worked on in months, but you know, felt like doing that, sort of. Didn't really feel like doing it, but I'm doing it. Enet host create. This is incorrect. This should be address. This should be 32 or whatever, some number. I actually don't know what it should be. 8, I don't know, 32, whatever. I don't really care. I wonder how big it can be. What's the max client count you can have? Peer count. Doesn't say. Maybe it's arbitrary. If not server, sock open failed. I think this is like host create failed. I don't know. There isn't a host create failed. Whatever. We can leave socket open failed. Now let's call this host create failed. Host create failed. Socket connection failed. Socket receive and send failed. I don't think we're using any of these. Enet init failed. And failed to allocate some sort of memory. Host create failed. Failed to create network host. I guess we don't need to say network host. if we e-fatal because we're in net server, so failed to create host. Assert client socket on top of not server check. Server address port. And we're not using socket open failed anymore. Sure. Okay, what other errors do we have left? Socket open failed. Yeah, this can be host create failed. Sure. Failed to create hosts. And we don't know what the error is, so we'll just say this. Wait, client socket. We don't need to assert server because if it's server, fatal would have already happened. So we just need to assert this, right? Client socket. What is this? I don't know what this is doing. What is socket? Socket. Sure. Assert socket. Address set host old was declared deprecated. Okay, so should I set host new? Like, what's the difference? Does this also take an eNet address? This also takes an eNet address. I really have no idea what the point is of this. Conversion from size t to int, possible loss of data. Okay, just make it size t then. E cleanup, unreferenced label. Okay. We need to return something from here. While bytes is greater than 0. Are we even setting bytes to anything? We are setting bytes to something. eNet peer receive. Yeah, I don't actually know what that does. Return error success. What the hell is the success thing called? Return, is it just success? Error type success. What is this called? Yeah, error type success, right? Sure. E cleanup unreferenced. Okay, I guess we don't have any fatal errors in here. I don't know. Process message. Alec. Really? Does process message not have any error states? I don't know about that. Oh, I don't want this to be E. Just do this, right? This sets E code to something by default. E end. E cleanup. E end. E cleanup. E end. E starts. E clean end. I guess we need a closing brace. If we don't do this one, like E end should just be this, and then this should be this, right? I guess E end int should also be this. Sure. I'm just gonna return. I'm just gonna do this manually for now. And undo this stuff. Cause whatever, man. Error is initialized but not referenced. Okay, yeah, that's true. Not using it anywhere. eCleanup is on reference label. Also true. So I will just return error type success. Because we're not checking anything, I guess. Great, let's watch it crash and burn. Oh boy, that's a lot of assertions. What did we do wrong? Trace log, open socket, failed to create host. Why? Port 4040. eNet v4 localhost. Maybe this is not valid. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is here. Why doesn't it like port 4040? Pure count, channel limit is 1, incoming bandwidth 0, outgoing bandwidth 0, address. Can we step into this maybe? Failed to connect to server. Okay, well, it makes sense it's not going to connect to the server because the server is not created yet, so fair enough. Isn't that supposed to wait 5 seconds? Right, this is supposed to wait 5 seconds. Like, why did it just instantly go to here? Did it get a different event? Yeah, what is in event? Event type none. It's just like garbage stuff. I feel like this isn't initialized properly. Is client not valid? Set host new address and port. Oh, did I copy this? This is like the wrong port number, right? Is it just failing instantly because there's nothing listening on that port? Wait, why is this 4040? What the hell is going on? What is going on? Need to figure out the return value. Okay, sure. What is this? -1. Why? What did I do wrong? Enet host service. If event is not equal to null. Type equals none. Dispatch incoming commands. Event none. Timeout equals service time. Do time difference. Enet protocol send outgoing commands. Command count equals 1. WSA. It's not an empty address, right? What does this error mean? Oh, I gotta go to bed soon. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good night.